Can you?
Oh, it's fine.
There's an HDMI cord on stretch all the way over that way for the projector.
Oh, no?
No.
This looks like it needs addressing.
Good evening, everyone. This is the July 31st, 2024 meeting of the Village Board of Trustees. It is 6:05. Clerk Perillo, would you like to confirm the presence of a quorum, please?
Yes,
Quorum,
thank you,
please.
Mayor Shepro?
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Giuliano?
Here.
Thank you. Trustee Hill?
Here.
Thank you. Trustee Laux is absent. Trustee Ugrinsky?
Here.
Thank you. With that, we have a quorum. I'd like to also note that Attorney Moran and Treasurer Gafka are with us as well.
Okay. Please, everyone, just remember tonight to put your microphones on and make sure they're working. Okay. Can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Clerk Perillo, we have an announcement.
The next upcoming Village Board of Trustees meeting will be the August work session meeting, which will begin at 5 o'clock p.m. on August 14th, 2024.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I also just want to make a quick announcement in gratitude to our Court Justice Clerk, Elizabeth Kidney, and Rita DiGuardi for helping us put together the grant that secured the funding to refurbish this room. It's 65% done. There's new carpet, the table up here is painted, the walls have been painted. It's an amazing improvement, and we're waiting on blinds and curtains, and they just did an amazing job at pulling it all together under tight timelines. So we expect to be finished by the next board meeting. So thank you to them, and everybody's welcome. It's so beautiful, right? Looks great. So thank you for that. We're going to go off the agenda a little. We're going to go reverse the agenda. We'd like to call our public safety and welfare representatives up from Suffolk County Police, and Chief Owen and Jim Murdacco. Come on up if you want to give your presentations tonight.
You lead off.
Good evening. I'm Officer Kennup from the 6th Precinct. I'm the new Community Liaison Officer. So fresh face. I'll be seeing you guys around. I'm just going to go over some crime statistics that we have since last meeting. So without further ado, it's like aggravated harassments. We have 2 cases from June 26th through July 31st today, compared to 1 case previously. One of those resulted in an arrest. The other is still pending investigation, so it's still under investigation. Assaults, we had 1 assault, which is still active under investigation, compared to 0 last period. Burglary is still 0 across the board. Criminal mischief, that's damage to property, whether it be intentional or reckless. Up 3 cases this period from 2 previously. 1 resulting in an arrest, 1 charge still, 1 still actively being investigated, and 1 was a no press. Person chose not to press charges. Harassment, 8 cases, up from 4 previously. 7 of those are domestic, so they're domestic related. 7 were no press, so no charges were brought, and 1 is still pending. Larceny, 4 cases, up from 3 previously, all of which are active or pending. 1 of them is a grand larceny, so it's a felony. It's active investigation with the squad, the detective squad. Menacing, there was 1 incident compared to 0 last period, and that resulted in an arrest. That was a domestic incident. Robbery, 0, down from 2 last period. There were 103 aided cases, which are ambulance calls, like ambulance cases, medical related, that we respond to as well. Aided overdoses, looks like 0 compared to 1 last period, and of course in that case 0, so 0 fatalities, 0 overdoses. And further down the line, we had 26 motor vehicle accidents that were reported this period, down from 41, 0 of which were fatal. And summonses, about 130 summonses issued this period, and 12 arrests total, resulting in 17 charges. Are there any questions? I'll open up the floor for questions. Folks have any questions for me or anything? No?
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Board of Trustees, residents, welcome. Again, as always, thank Suffolk County for the hard work that they do up here in the village. Thank you for coming out tonight. I appreciate it. as I'm sure everybody else does. Okay, our Code Enforcement Bureau report for June of 2024. Last month we had several events. The Maker Fair at Harborfront Park was a success as far as I'm concerned. There are no issues or incidents to report. Traffic actually went, and parking was very smooth for a change down there. The fireworks was July 3rd down at East Beach. Again, no incidents or issues. That also went off without a hitch. And the 4th of July parade on July 4th down Main Street. Great day for everybody involved. We had great weather, great turnout. No issues or incidents to report on that day. Upcoming events, we have the boat build at the Bayless Boat Shop. That's August 10th and 11th. The Port Jeff Village golf outing up at the Country Club is August 15th. And the hill climb at Village Center is August 17th. Hopefully we have better weather this year for that than we did last year. Our incident recap, we responded to 63 total incidents. Among those, assist aideds, noise complaints, and assisting other agencies, EMS, Suffolk County. Those made up the majority of the incidents that we responded to. Our summons recap for the month of June, total summonses written 907. Majority were written for overtime parking meters. That was 327. Uninspected vehicles, 191. Overtime parking on the street, 41. And parking without a permit, 207. 56 total warnings were also issued in addition to those 907 summonses. We've instituted a new initiative halfway through the month of July. What we're doing now is, given the manpower, if we have enough manpower, we're going to dedicate one officer to metered parking enforcement. And basically what that one officer is going to do, he's going to walk the lots that have the meters and ensure that all the vehicles parked there are up to date on that paid their for the parking meter. Anybody that's over the meter is going to get a summons. So far with that initiative, we've had a slight uptick, so we're going to continue that into the month of August and see how we do with that. So if you'll be seeing an officer out there walking the meters, walking the lots, checking the meters, checking the vehicles. So as you know, meter parking is in effect throughout the village. And also timed parking is West Broadway, Main Street, and East Main Street. And the beaches are open, available to Port Jeff residents to park. And if you are going to park down there, just make sure that you have your driver's license so the attendant can check just to make sure. Okay? And you have to have your vehicle has to be registered into the system. Our license plate reader survey for June, 136 passes through the Arden resident lot. PJ3, that's equipped with the ALPR, in service 52 times. Through the month of June, 200 summonses were written for parking without a permit. That's a resident permit. Also new to the village is a speed sign. You may have noticed it if you're traveling westbound on North Country at right after Crystal Brook Hollow. Westbound North Country Road at Loretta Gate was installed July 11th. And just in that short period of time, 61,000 vehicles passed by. Out of those 61,000 vehicles, the average speed was 35 miles an hour. People, slow down. All right? Just do me a favor, slow down. Okay? I'd like to invite Chief Investigator Jim Radacco up for our FAT report.
Good evening, Board. Good evening, Mayor. We focused in June. We've, again, focused on the FAT process in certain areas such as the train station, the downtown area, and a few of the hot spots that we had gotten updates that there was activity at night. We are at 15 FATs for disorderly conduct, open alcohol, and tickets and that sorts.
How many?
15. Out of those 15, 7, including the whiskey unit, wrote for the noise with the mufflers. So that was addressed this month. I just want to compliment the whiskey unit of this season. Their numbers were very good, above the years in the past. So that was a success as far as I'm concerned. But the 15 FATs, when I went through the stats, majority were for open alcohol, a few of them for disorderly conduct, and the rest were the noise pollution. Thank you.
This is off agenda, but Jim, would you be interested in talking about the sign code enforcement right now?
The banners are prohibited as per our village code. So I had many conversations with business owners and individuals that had banners. I would say it was very successful. It's still in the process of being rectified, but I would say the majority of my interactions with the business owners were very successful.
How many business owners were hanging banners in the
12.
village? 12, plus the village itself.
Correct.
Okay, so of those 12, how many business owners have removed their banners so far?
10.
Very good. And the village itself?
And the village itself.
All right.
And
Thank you.
more importantly, the two that didn't comply, we have field appearance tickets out for service.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions for Chief Owen or Jim Rodacco or our Suffolk County Police Officer?
Barbara, 1702 Westview Avenue. Yes, it is. Okay. I just want to clarify on the banners. Are these political banners? I know at one time, I don't think the code has changed, but new businesses could hang out a banner that says new, or advertising that they're open, but I know that it was expected to be for a very short time, 2 weeks to a month tops. Is that what we're talking about? Or are we talking about political banners? Could you be more specific?
I'll elaborate.
Okay.
The Code of the Village of Port Jefferson, there is no code that allows banners to exist. There was a recreational portion of the code that allowed people to hang a banner across where you see one with the village would hang.
Mm-hmm.
That section that allowed that to happen was repealed 20-some years ago, but the process just kept going.
Mm-hmm.
Banner is specifically defined in the village code. It has nothing to do with the content or the message on that banner. It has everything to do with the sole issue that banners and how they define banners are expressly prohibited in the village regardless of the content.
So the banners that were being cited are on the outside of the building, even things that say under new management, which
Correct.
you just clarified. Okay, but these are pieces of cloth or paper on the outside of the building.
Correct.
Attached to it.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. This looks great, by the way.
Thank you, Barbara.
Good color combination.
Anybody else? Thoughts, questions, concerns?
Arthur Epp, 206 East Main Street. I know it's the purview of code to address non-moving violations, though I also know among our code personnel, we have some very qualified people. And I know, Chief, that you are a retired New York City police officer. I'm just wondering, having seen so many violations of our crosswalks and thinking that the inevitable eventually will happen, what would it take for our code to be able to address that specific moving violation?
That's something that we would have to look into. Obviously, it would require extensive training, but that's legally, as far as the village code goes, we would have to look into that.
Okay. Just-
But I appreciate, I am thinking the way you are thinking.
Point taken.
I'm thinking the way you're thinking. There, we do have some qualified officers that are also retired that have made car stops in the past and whatnot, but until we cross that bridge and have that conversation with the
I just
mayor
wanna
and the board of
clarify- I wanna
trustees
clarify the
and
message.
the village attorney, we would, have to wait.
Are you talking about jaywalking? Are you talking about the pedestrian or the vehicle?
I'm talking about the vehicles.
I just want to
not
make sure, because in the VTL does address jaywalking as well.
Right.
So I just want to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing. Because I thought you were talking about the pedestrian, not the motor vehicle. Because our jurisdiction here, despite the vast knowledge, training, and education that our officers possess and the ability to do it, our jurisdiction is limited.
Right.
Otherwise, we cross that line into being police, and we can't
Understood.
do that.
I guess my general point of view is we have a good resource, and we could utilize it in a different way, and it could also alleviate the burden to Suffolk County Police. But I understand there's jurisdictional
Yeah.
issues and other things. I've just never heard the question addressed in this forum, so I just
Fair
thought I'd
enough.
pose it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? No? Thank you all. Enjoy the rest of your summer.
Chief, I have one question.
Trustee Hill has.
Just to go back to the sign code enforcement, sorry, it's not usually going, but the two remaining businesses that have decided not to take down their signs yet, have they said that have they indicated to the village that they're going to, or are they going to accept whatever penalties come along with having
The remaining that failed to comply with the warnings to remove are being addressed in justice court. More than that, about what they said or what they didn't say, I don't want to inhibit anything in this forum that would inhibit that prosecution, because just like the defendant for the prosecution, anything you say can and will be used against you. So I will tell you that if you fail to comply with the warning, regardless of the business, by the date certain given by Chief Investigator Murdaco, if you have not yet, it is out for service, an appearance ticket to appear in court.
Chief, I have one question. At recent Parks and Rec meeting, they wanted to know if the beaches could be closed later in the day so that people
Yes.
are down there watching the sunset and they can enjoy the sunset. So
Right.
is that possible, or?
That was brought up. There was an email that went around between different department heads, and the main consensus with that is that there's no lighting at the beaches at night,
Understood, right.
and it becomes a safety issue.
Mhm.
So we can't just say, okay, let's leave the beaches open until 9 o'clock, and there's no lighting, and as you know, East Beach, all the rocks and everything, people are on the beach. So that would be, again, another extensive conversation that we would have to have that come to fruition.
Okay, but if they could be left open, like,
Right now, the norm is 15 minutes after sunset. So if the Weather Channel says sunset is 7:52, we won't close the beach until 8:10, 8:15. So that's the norm.
okay, thank you.
Right. Ready? Thank you, everybody. Have a good rest of your summer.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Thank you, Jim Murdaco. Thank you, Suffolk County Police. Now we have an update from Andrew Freeling, who is the Director of Building and Planning on the 2030 Comprehensive Plan, where we've come from and where we are and what's in store. This is really an update on the southern area of the southern region of Port Jefferson Village. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mary. We're having a little bit of a technical difficulty with the presentation.
Oh, pull it up.
Okay.
Sure.
You're loading it now, right? Okay.
This computer
Oh,
Well, thank you, members of the board. While we're setting this up, I appreciate the opportunity to come down. Thank you to the audience for staring at my back while I start the presentation.
that can't reach over there?
I'll come over there.
Okay,
Yeah, I just wanted to
start talking.
start talking.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse my back. Thank you. How do I advance this?
I can hear it's turning on. Here it comes. It'll be worth the wait, I assure you. So this is all kind of, we've been seeing a lot on social media that there's extra interest in what's going on the south side of, south of Sheep Pasture Road and North Country Road, that district between the railroad tracks and that area. And indeed, we're all interested in what's going on up there and how it looks and what's in store. So there may be a perception that there's not a lot going on, but I'm certain that there is. And that's why I invited Mr. Freeling to come up and speak in front of the public forum today to give an update. And
Thank you. Thank
excited
you.
to hear it.
This is on the agenda as an update to the comprehensive plan, the 2030 comprehensive plan. As you may know, that document is quite a large document. There's 166 pages to that document. There's about 300 action items in that document. And those action items are broken into 15 chapters. It would be overwhelming to try and present an overview of the comprehensive plan in one meeting. We decided to focus on the chapters, and this presentation, if I can get it up here, is on Chapter 5, which is the C2 district, or the South Village, if you will, south of Main Street, south of North Country Road.
Are you able to pull it up?
It's not going to go on.
We had it on before. You want to try the other computer? Just reload it.
There it is.
Oh, okay.
Now you look like a genius, Stephen.
And just how do I advance it? Just hit that? Okay. Great. Thank you. So let's just see what happens if I do that. Awesome. Okay, so as I indicated, there's a big document that we have in front of us. There were 56 action items in that chapter. Basically, the action items for the C2 district, or that part of the South Village, is to revitalize and redevelop and to create a transit-oriented type of development in the C2 district. The achievements that have already happened as part of the comprehensive plan, some of the items that have been implemented was to revise the C2 district and create 2 other overlays to the C2 district to permit mixed uses, to permit medium-density townhouses or multifamily dwellings. In addition, the achievement was to create Station Street to connect Main Street to Oakland Avenue, and you all may be aware of the first project that was built up there recently, did have a new road that connected Main Street to the east side of the village. So that was achieved. The village also adopted payment in lieu of parking, PILOT, which was something that was recommended in the plan that we do have now and we do use in development projects. Some of the outstanding initiatives from the comprehensive plan that have not been adopted was to incorporate space for an enforcement presence, not presence, into the train station or new development in the Southport area, to implement an incentive for the promise of public amenities that was implemented but really not used, so I'm going to call that really not implemented. And then we also we did not implement a managed parking system for the South Village area. So those are some of the items, just a few, that have not been adopted. What we're trying to do is then to create a matrix for all of the recommendations, all 300 action items in the document. We're working on Chapter 5. It didn't fit on this layout. We had some problems getting out there. But you can see the layout of it. We put the recommendation down. Then there's whether or not it was achieved, whether or not it's still in process, whether it wasn't achieved, and then there's some notes that we can add to that slide. We're going to do that for all of them so we have a good inventory, a good audit of all the recommendations in the comprehensive plan, and then which ones were actually implemented and what the action items moving forward would be. In addition, well, I can go back to that, so let me go to the next slide. Okay. So these are some of the areas of interest in the South Village area. This is mostly the C2 area. I think you all are residents, so I don't have a laser pointer, but we have up there the Port Jefferson Crossings project, which is number 1, this project here. Okay. So I just wanted to orientate you there. We also have the other projects, which are the Port Jefferson Commons project, which is the dot just on top of that, and that project is in planning, in the works. 1 North is all the way up here. This is an old aerial. That's the development site for 1 North. Okay. Again, this is just to orientate you a little bit, and I don't want to keep walking back and forth, but the hills of Port Jefferson was the old car wash, if you recall. The Texaco parking lot, I think you all know where the Texaco parking lot is.
You could take that mic out and just bring it over with you.
Okay. Okay, so if you're not aware of where the Texaco parking lot is, that is over here, just by the railroad tracks. The Perry Street lot is on the back side of the 2 projects, the Crossings and the Commons. And 1501 Main Street, I just bring that over here for you for your orientation. This is on the, that would be the southeast corner of North Country Road and 112 Main Street. And then it's Tara Inn, sorry about that. And if you don't know where that is, but I think we all do.
That's
right
a real
in the
area
middle.
of interest for all of us.
That's a real area of interest. Okay, so sorry about that, but I just wanted to show you some of the areas of interest that we'll be talking about.
An arrow, the arrow.
Okay, this is the C2 district uptown. Okay, so this is the C2 district. There are 81 parcels in the C2 district. That's about 25 acres. The C2 district is focused, if you will, around the MTA Long Island Railroad Station. That's what gives it the opportunity to be a intermodal hub, if you will, or a transit-oriented development zone. You can see, though, in the C2 district, I just wanted to point out on the far side of the C2 district, you can see the 6-acre park. That's that big jigsaw-shaped purple piece right there on the far right side. And then on the far left side, the Verizon building. That defines the western area of the C2 district. And then I pointed out 1 North, the project 1 North. That is on the other side of North Country Road. It's the only lot that is outside of the boundaries of the C2 district, really, and it's on the other side, north side of North Country Road.
So is that, you pointed to the Verizon building location?
Yes.
Right there, does that come up against Bayless? Is that Bayless Road right there?
This road here? This road here?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
That is Bayless Road?
That is Bayless
Okay,
Road, just below.
thank you.
Okay, so that is the C2 district. Now we have what you see here is a land use map. This is not the zoning map. This is showing the land uses. So you can see in our C2 district that we pretty much have commercial development in our C2 district. There are some outliers. That little blue blob right there is the church on the corner of Walnut and North Country. And then moving west, you can see it kind of looks brown, high-density residential, but it's really supposed to be, the Verizon building should really be commercial, so there's an edit that we have to make. But this is so I bring this to you to show you the land use pattern. I want you to see that north of North Country Road, you can see a lot of that yellow or orange, pardon my color blindness, the orange, which is residential development, medium density residential. So the key is on the right, and you can see the pattern of land use in the area. And now the 6-acre park is shown as recreation, even though it is zoned commercial.
I like this slide, except the colors on the key are hard to associate. Some of them are hard to associate with the colors on the.
That always happens. The colors are the basic 101 land use colors, and every time you put it on a screen and present it, the shades change and things like that. But commercial is generally red, institutional uses are generally blue, and you can go right down the line. So sometimes the colors get close and it's hard to differentiate the two. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the development status of some of the projects that are going on in the village. Okay, so we have Conifer 1, or Station Crossing, Port Jeff Station Crossings, is a development of 45 apartments and 3,200 square feet of commercial. Okay, so that is the first project that you see uptown. It received its approval in February of 21. So that's been around a while. There are some lessons learned from that project, which we can go back and talk about in a little bit. The second project that is of interest is Port Jefferson Commons, which is right next to the existing station building, Station Crossing building. Port Jefferson Commons received its approval, received a conditional approval on May 9th of this year. There are numerous conditions in that approval, and it's an approval for 53 apartment units and 2,485 square feet of commercial. Okay, so as I mentioned, it received a conditional approval from the planning board. The applicants and the planning board and the staff are now working through those conditions. There are some approvals that they need to get outside of the village, DOT permits, health department, sanitary, other approvals outside the village that we are not in control of, so that becomes a condition of approval. There are some other legal things that need to be done, but we are working hard to complete that project. We anticipate that you will see the abandoned buildings. If I didn't mention it, that's the site of the abandoned buildings on the east side of Main Street, uptown. We anticipate that those buildings will start to come down in December. So we're working real hard to get that project underway and to clean up some of the blight that those buildings present. One North, which I had mentioned before, One North received its approval in February of 22. There are 36 apartments in that building, and that will have 1,800 square feet of commercial space in that building. As you can see as you drive by, that building is near complete, and we're looking to get occupancy in that building in several months. So we are close. Hopefully by the end of the summer, there will be tenants in that building. Okay, the Hills received its approval back in 2014, and the Hills is the site of the old car wash, and it wraps around the west side of the C2 district. And that received, like I said, its approval in 14. There were 55 apartment buildings approved there. There is no commercial use in that space. There's a lot of speculation going on uptown, which I'm not going to get into specifics because I don't want to increase or decrease anybody's property values as the speculation is going on. But I can say that for the most part, most of the C2 district, folks have come into my office talking about developing various different parts. Since the mixed use building has been added to the uses, we've had a lot of interest to come in and redevelop uptown. It's taken a while. There have been some recent tax breaks for development of housing, and we're thinking that the time may be ripe where we're going to start to see a couple more things pop. uptown. So we've had some speculative ventures come in and talk to us about that. Okay. So I wanted to go back before I go to our next steps. There have been some other accomplishments. I did say that there were 56 action items in the C2 district, and there were some accomplishments. Again, it was to revitalize and revamp the C2 district was the main goal of the comprehensive plan, to create a transit-oriented development. But in addition to the accomplishments I mentioned, we also put a limit or the prohibition of the use of planned development districts. Planned development districts is a tool of zoning which can float around the village, and it's called a floating zone, and you can land it, and in my terminology, it burns a hole right through the zoning and allows a developer to work with the village and create a development with its own set of standards, setbacks, height, all that sort of stuff. That is dangerous, in my words, if you want to maintain your zoning. If you want to create an image through your zoning, to have a PDD, a planned development district, a PDD in your code is very dangerous. It gives an applicant an option that you may not want. It's sort of like a zone change, but it's allowed to happen. The village also adopted a provision for a center northbound turn lane along Main Street. Now, some of us think that's a great idea because now we can make a turn onto North Country or Sheep Pasture or go straight. Now we have lane. But what happened was we lost some parking on Main Street as we did those turn lanes. So we did accomplish that, but lesson learned, we lost some parking that is now very critical for the station crossing project. Also, we adopted reconfiguring and expanding the parking lots along the tracks west of Main Street. That's the Texaco Avenue parking spot and parking lot. And we also provided a development incentive for the provision of public amenities. So if you are a speculator, if you're a developer and you want to develop uptown, again, excuse my back as I'm talking, throw paper at me if you want. If you're a speculator and you're developing uptown, there is an incentive that if the developer provides a public benefit, a major public benefit to the village, and when you say major, that's like a new parking lot, that's like a new park, that is something major that helps the major road work, let's say on Walnut, to put a sidewalk and a bike lane and lights. That's all major. We have that in our code right now, and that allows a developer to get a floor area bonus of a 4th floor. So we do not have any projects that are taking advantage of that right now, but that is in the code, and that's an incentive to get major public benefits. So there are some lessons learned that we had, going back to development status a little bit. One of the lessons that we learned from the Station Crossings project is that the retail space on Main Street is very hard to market because there's no parking directly across from the business. Now, we have a 20th century mindset about shopping and business where we want to park right next to the store that we're going to. In a transit-oriented development, cars are not the king. It is mass transit, buses, trains, the ferry. Those are the types of mass transit that carries lots of people. So you really want a walkability or a pedestrian model or the ability for somebody to park their car and walk. And that's the vision for uptown, is a walkable uptown. So marketing for parking right by your store is a bad way to market. What you should be marketing is feet on the street, pulse of the train coming in, pulse of the bus coming through along the streets. Those are the people you want to market. People are going to want to grab a quick bite before they get on the train or do a service, get a haircut, pick up their dry cleaning when they get off the train and go home. Those are the types of businesses. So we're working with the speculators when they're trying to market their buildings. We're working with them to try and think 21st century. We've also, if I may say, we've also brought in some folks from Stony Brook to help us create a synergy between uses that the college may be able to fill spaces with or provide occupants for. So it's trying to create more synergies with Stony Brook University. So that was the lesson learned from Conifer 1. And Station Street could have been designed better. We're learning that as well, too. So there are some lessons learned from that project. There is with one of the parking lots, I don't know if we saw that. So we have uptown parking. I just want to leave it there for a second. So we have parking in the Conifer lot, I'm sorry, in the Texaco lot, but some of that parking is constrained because some of it is reserved for the Hills development. So while that is a public parking lot, a lot of those spaces are constrained. Again, lesson learned. Okay, if we're going to have off-site parking and it's going to be limited to the use of the speculator who's providing the parking, we're going to lose public parking. So some of those public-private partnerships for shared parking needs to be looked at a little bit harder so that we don't, we're sharing the parking lot, but we want to get maximum use of those spaces. So we just want to look at that. That's a lesson learned on that. So we are learning lessons as we go through some of these development projects. Hopefully the next one is better than the last ones, and we always strive for perfection on these projects. Okay, I don't want to take up too much time. So our next steps for reviewing the comprehensive plan is to complete the implementation plan, to complete the audit and present to the board an implementation plan. Out of the 300 recommendations, there are 47 that still need to be implemented, and we would recommend this agency implement this item in this type of time frame. So we're trying to develop an implementation plan to show a pathway forward to implement the other things in the plan if that is desired. We're also looking at code changes, certainly code changes that are relative to the things that affect development. So like I said, we're looking at making sure that when we get an application for mixed use, that we get what we want. We want to make sure that parking is state of the art, and we're not overemphasizing the need for parking in a transit-oriented district. We want to introduce some other ways to address parking and reduce the parking demand in the area, which frees up space for either additional development or additional public lots. We want to focus the parking committee now to get uptown and be a little bit proactive and try and think about the way to handle retail parking. We're not going to get everybody to think of a mass transit model or a TOD model. We will need some parking for retail uptown, and we want to put the experts, our parking committee, on that to see if we can start working on problems of success before we have the problems. And the problem would be a redeveloped uptown. And then we want to revisit the development incentives for public amenity. And I indicated that we have that in our books, but nobody wants to use it because the public amenity is too major. So maybe we can ratchet that back a little bit and maybe focus more on more projects doing more things, and not the typical things that they do when they do develop. Because when they develop and they damage something, they obviously have to replace it. They put landscaping and things like that as part of their project. But to get them to do major drainage in the South Village area, so we can handle some of the drainage up there, because the drainage that starts uptown eventually works its way down the hill into downtown. So we want to take care of a lot of the drainage, particularly in the northeast corner by Walnut and by Oakland. Over in there, we want to start to take care of the drainage along North Country. So there are things that we want to look at, things that we want to help developers pay for so the village doesn't have to pay for. That's in our major public incentive to give them a floor area bonus. But we're talking to the speculators up there, and they really don't want to go for it because the major public benefit is too major. And I thought, well, maybe we could redo the word and just try and get something out of there. But again, we want to go back and we want to look at that. So I did go kind of quickly through my presentation because I know that you have business to do. And that is all I have right now.
Thank you so much. I just want to add something. I don't know if I shared this with you, but we recently signed, we had a meeting with Kara Longworth from the Regional Economic Development Council a couple of weeks ago, and she explained to us We have a grant writer that we incorporated into our administration several meetings ago. Her name is Lisa Matto, and she's been amazing. So when Kara came in, she's the regional administrator for the Long Island Regional, for the Regional Economic Empire State Development, New York State. She invited us to have a meeting with her, and in that meeting, we learned about the opportunities that are created if we sign on to pro-housing communities, if we certify as a pro-housing community, which I believe we qualify already with the developments that we've already had completed and are in the middle of completing. So we signed on to the pro-housing communities, which once we're approved, makes us eligible for a lot of different opportunities for grants through the Downtown Revitalization Initiative, New York Forward Programs, Regional Council Capital Fund, capital projects from the Market New York program, the New York Main Street program, and the Long Island Investment Fund. And so these opportunities have to start applying to some of these grants before the end of the year. And should we get them, it'll really help us partner with some of these speculators to help them see the way through to committing to improvements and investments in the uptown community.
Thank you, Mary. That would definitely help a lot in that public benefit discussions that we have. Yes, thank you. So that is all I have. I don't know if you want me to take questions from the board or.
Any questions?
Andy, I got a couple of questions. I wrote a couple of notes. You talked about the PJ Commons, the 53 apartments, and the retail space. It's empty now. I know they're having trouble putting something in there. Any idea? Are they moving along with that? Or?
Well, we've had discussions with at least one. I can't remember the name of the business, but it was basically a smoothie type place. And we talked about them, and they had concerns about the parking, but I haven't heard from them since. But there's been interest. There's been people coming to look. But I think that, and I think the fact that there's no parking right on Main Street has been one of the concerns that these business people have had. It's not a long walk from the Perry Street lot to the front.
Right.
I've done it. It's not a long walk at all. But people are hesitant to walk.
And the new Conifer 2,
Yes.
PJ Commons,
The Commons, yes.
are they going to have retail there too?
They will.
They will.
Yes.
So they're going to have the same problem that Conifer 1.
There is parking closer in front of Tara Inn, so it's not that much of a walk if you go past it and then park, but then you can wrap and then there's parking on Perry Street.
Right.
So they don't have an issue as far as I know yet.
Right.
But they have not begun to market it because nothing's built.
Which brings me to Perry Street. Now, when they're working on Conifer 2, they're going to have heavy machinery and everything on Perry Street, and will they be repairing the road once they're done?
Yes, the applicant is required to repair any damage that they do, but they've also agreed in our discussions that they will repave Perry Street. So they're going to pave it curb to curb,
Good.
even though most of the damage that they'll do will be right along their curb line. But they're going to repave the entire street.
Good. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Andy, you mentioned a couple of times that there were lessons learned. Can
Yes.
you share any of those with us?
Well, the lessons learned for
On
the
Conifer
crossings
1 and-
was
Yeah.
when we design a fire lane, we shouldn't take meat out of the travel lane. So what we have is a narrow travel lane and a nice fire lane, but there's not much to do looking for parking, looking for anything. There's not the typical right-of-way there. And I understand that because we were dealing with the MTA lot, so we were trying to accomplish a goal, and in hindsight, didn't do a good enough job. So that was one of those things. Again, the lack of parking for the retail on the Crossings project was a lesson learned. So we're trying to address that with the Commons project by saying, you know that you're going to have a parking issue. These are where the parking spaces are. You're looking at a walkability model, basically. So when you start to market that space, don't come and start talking about parking in front of the store. The business owner's not going to be able to park there, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a lesson learned, that you need to be proactive when you talk about these kinds of things. Lessons learned, when you get a municipal lot, if you dedicate spaces for the residents there, then it's really not a 66 space lot, it's only a 12 space lot. So lessons learned, let's, count it as it really is and not count it as municipal parking.
That's the Texaco.
That's a Texaco lot, yes.
Thank
And
you.
with the entrance to the train station, I know, I think when this was first being discussed, that entrance was supposed to be closed and you were supposed to enter it from Station Street. Is that still the plan, or?
Yes, that is in the comprehensive plan. It's in the plan. When I first came on board, we had a preliminary discussion with MTA. They said, well, you guys could do what you want, but we're not providing any money. So that kind of slowed it down. We thought that we could create parking spaces in there for use of the retail space, but we cannot designate it in an MTA lot. We cannot designate it just for retail. So we thought maybe we could just make it turnover, 15-minute turnover. We can't do that either. We can meter it, but MTA would get some of the revenue. So there are different ways to create turnover and stuff, and we were exploring that with MTA, but those conversations kind of stalled because they really weren't a willing partner. But if we do get funding, if something comes along, because it has to be engineered, then we would have to build it. But if that money comes along, that could be a different conversation.
Thank you.
Sorry.
While we're talking about the MTA and Long Island Railroad, have we let them know that we're building all these units and that we expect, you would hope to expect more use of the train stations, and they come out with their 20-year master plans, and the Port Jeff line is always the, not going to say that, but always the unwanted line, right? It's kind of the last thought of line, and I think this would help us, help that line, be part of their, vision for the future.
I want to talk to you, but I want to get the mic too. The comprehensive plan talks about moving the focus of the train station parking south into Brookhaven town. So if we start to have more conversations with MTA, if they become a willing partner in this, and we can implement both their plan and the comprehensive plan to move the focus of parking south of the tracks, that would help a lot, and we are trying to do that. So when I came in around December, we had our conversations with MTA, and then I have not spoken to them since. The problem with the lot on the south is that it's very poorly maintained by the town and MTA, and it's considered to be unsafe. So nobody wants to park there. When I say nobody, it's probably less than a third full at any given time that I've been there.
And then,
Okay.
just the final thing, this may not be you, but there's really no crosswalk from the Texaco side to the train station. So the idea that you would park to go to the train, you're truly just stopping traffic to get yourself across it.
Yeah, definitely one of the recommendations in the comp plan was wayfinding and signage for wayfinding. Out of the C2 district, I've noticed that the signage for the ferry is pretty faded. And I was behind somebody trying to get down here today, and I think they were confused when they got to East Main Street and they went straight. So we know what that person's going to do. They're going to make a right, and they're going to go up, and they're going to try and do a U-turn. So wayfinding to parking for trains, wayfinding to get to the ferry, signage and wayfinding is certainly something that is in the comprehensive plan, and one of the things I didn't mention, but one of the things that we need to focus on.
Good. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know how to. Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot. Okay, now we'd like to open it up for the public to address the Board of Trustees. Start with Suzette.
Good evening. I have a couple of issues, and rather than
Name
play...
and address, please.
Suzette Smuckler, 22 Loretta Gate, Port Jefferson. I have a couple of issues. Rather than being a jack-in-a-box and jumping up and down, I'm going to do all of it. And you always should start off with a positive. On behalf of the people that live on Chuck Court and Loretta Gate, we'd like to specifically thank Mayor Shepro. And I know a lot of other people were involved, but we do have the the traffic blinking light on North Country Road, which has, to my understanding, slowed down traffic. Now, after the thank you, here comes the kicker. Being a little bit greedy, I have another problem with the area where you turn, the same Loretta Gates story. And I'll do the work if you tell me who you contact. And there is very, very high, and I won't use the word foliage because that sounds nice, weeds or whatever, growth. So when you're making the left out of Loretta Gate, yes, they're coming slower towards you, but you can't see around it. Now, that was the first piece 2 years ago that had been accomplished, but in 2 years, they grow all back. So again, Mayor, we thank you regarding that. Now going to something, I really am disappointed that Trustee Laux isn't here. Trustee Laux, to my understanding, remains the liaison between the village and the school district. It was my hope, let's say 6, 8 months ago, that out of some of the unrest in the village, that a committee could be formed to create positive talk speech between different people with different opinions about the school district. There was one meeting that Trustee Laux held, and we haven't heard anything since. So I'm burdening you rather than saying to him. I'd like to know what happened to the concept, because I strongly feel that it would be beneficial to have such a group of mixed residents, both people who have children in the school district as well as people who don't get together. Is there something that you can do to follow up on, does the liaison relationship still exist? And does Mr. Laux, and I guess the third question is how do you, Mayor and trustees, receive information from a liaison structure? Are you getting regular reports from Trustee Laux? Do we know anything about what happened in that? That's kind of that question. So whether it's weeds or needing a committee, still need your help, and thank you all. And Lauren, I know I should have gotten up when the officers were here, because the fact that he knows how many cars went by, you know that they set that up. And yeah, I regardless of the negatives that were written on some of the social media rags about how it doesn't help speed, you know what, it does. And thank you again.
You're welcome. It also gives us information to give to the police department for enforcement.
Meaning,
Data. They'll take care of the enforcement, but we can provide them with the data.
Thank you.
Darcel. Oh, Holly. And then Darcel.
Sorry, I thought you were pointing at me. Hello, I'm Holly Fiza-May, 116 Belterre Road, Port Jefferson. I'm kind of an emissary from the Tree Committee. I'm also the president of the Eco League of Port Jefferson, and one of the things those two groups have in common is the interest in trees, foliage, and other issues. You're probably all aware that last year the Tree Committee sponsored the first Arbor Day in Port Jefferson on the way to becoming Tree City USA. And one of the other things that we've been talking about, which would also lead to that designation eventually, is the idea of a year of the tree. This would be a whole year in which we stress activities all across the board. Any groups that want to get involved with this, garden groups, Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, anybody who wants to have any learning, give speeches, talk about identifying species for the school kids, whatever. Specifically, The reason for the whole thing is not just to become Tree City USA, but to help the public appreciate the trees that we have in terms of also following the tree ordinance that we have. And on the tree committee, we've become convinced that one of the problems that we have with people summarily cutting down several trees, never asking for a permit, they may not even know that we have a tree ordinance. So we thought one of the best things to do would be to help the public appreciate our trees through education, especially through the school district, and having a myriad of programs throughout a year to just help people understand what the trees do for us, how they are important, and that the tree ordinance is not an imposition. It's a way to preserve what we have. I believe right now we have 63% of Port Jeff is under a tree canopy. That's pretty good, and we don't want to lose that. So who would be involved in this? Any group that wants to can sign on. We are particularly interested in educational groups like the schools. The library could certainly have programs. We would like to be linked up to all levels of the schools. I'm a teacher, I'm a professor. Any discipline can talk about trees and educate about trees. So we could do, obviously, English, we could do plays, poems. Science is very clear, identifying trees, learning to tell the age of trees, species, and so on. History, and we can go on and on with that. Another thing that we had thought of would be contests, like what's the biggest, oldest tree in Port Jefferson? Maybe a list of 10 trees. Maybe we could have school kids name the trees. Use names for, I don't know, Joshua, something from the Bible or whatever, to give a more personal connection to trees. When would it be held? We want to start, if this is something that everybody wants to get together on Arbor Day in 2025. Why are we waiting so long? Because we want to talk to teachers and be able to start planning school curricula. You know, things not to change in the school curriculum, but add to the curriculum. And there's a myriad of events. What are we going to do? A myriad of programs. I can see a cool thing in the 4th of July parade in my head, like kids dressed as trees walking down the street, or dances representing trees, anything. Okay, so that's what we're thinking about. I think it could be a great program for a whole year in Port Jefferson. We'll probably end the next June of the school year near Arbor Day, so that would be 1 year, but it will be more of the school year than the calendar year. Does anyone have questions for me about that? Comments, questions?
There's a tree committee.
Mhm.
Trustee Giuliano
Right.
is your liaison.
Right.
Through the Conservation Advisory
Sure.
Council.
Mhm.
And all these plans are great and should be orchestrated through
Right.
and brought to whatever board, whether it's the
Right.
school district or
Mhm.
the village, in a formal and organized way. And
Sure,
I
okay,
think it would
great.
be
We thought we'd just give you a heads up as what kind of
Okay.
what we were thinking about, and everybody can be thinking about this, and we will definitely go through the formal channels.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to just underline one of the things in Holly's point, the canopy or 65% of the village being covered with a tree canopy to, combine the last conversation we had about walkability in the village. That's incredibly important, and since trustee, that makes it cooler to walk, so it's easier to walk. You can actually get a little bit further. And since Trustee Kasey is no longer here, just to add a little doom and gloom, this is probably the coolest July that you will have for the rest of your life. So preserving that canopy and growing it is very important if we want to meet those walkability goals as well.
Before I do that, though, I actually, if it's okay, had some questions for this gentleman upon listening to his presentation, if I may. The apartments that are being built, all these various apartments, this is more of an involved conversation, but I feel that ownership is a very big key part of us getting new student enrollment into the district, young families moving in 2, 3-bedroom apartments, townhomes, 2 working couples. They don't have to maintain their lawn. They have, you know, all the lovely things that is associated with ownership of a condo and whatnot, and the beautiful usage of our village and our great schools. And I just think that's something that should be pondered, that going forward with building, we really should have ownership. There's a different sense of pride with ownership. People stay, people end up buying homes here. If we want to get young families to Port Jefferson, which has been a major conversation, that would be a really good gateway for young families to move in, people that don't have children yet, and then they have that extra bedroom, and just something to think about, you know, and I'll elaborate more on that, because I've been trying to think of some solutions with that. And
Just a reminder, Darcel, everything on the south side of Sheep Pasture Road and North Country Road is the Comstock School District.
Right. So I know we have to be, you know, careful with that as well.
No, I mean, it's the student, any children that move into those homes
they'll
would.
be going to a different district. But I just in general, I'd like to see more ownership and less rentals in this village. That's just me personally, you know. I just feel you have more skin in the game when you own something yourself. And then as far as just a comment, I agree there's no parking up there. It's horrific. But I do think also the walkability aspect of that area, it's shady up there. It's really, it's scary to walk around there. And I lived in the city, so I'm not like, you know, I don't clutch my pearls at seeing, you know, all sorts of people. But it is a little sketchy up there. And I do have the question, are we going to have additional patrols up there to kind of kickstart that neighborhood? Because I think seeing people who are, you know, code or just to see somebody, it gives you a comfort level that if you have a problem, and I think more people start walking up there when they feel safe. And I know I would. I like seeing someone in a uniform when I'm in an area where I'm a little, you know, concerned. So I was just wondering if that's something that would be considered, having some control, at least initially, to get people interested in going up there. And my third and last comment on this topic is, will there be some kind of a public input, something in the future on this at all, or is this kind of cast in stone? So.
On 2 points, yes, one of the recommendations of the plan.
Andy, can you grab a microphone? So
Yeah,
that
I'm sorry to hit you at all. I didn't expect this, but I was just thinking.
One of the recommendations in the plan was to have a police presence uptown, so if we're not going to get them in a building, then we would look at other ways to try and achieve that.
That would be fantastic.
So that, we've heard that.
Yeah.
And second question was, I'm sorry.
Just the public input, really.
Oh.
Is there going to be any public input, or is this kind of all?
Well, I would imagine as we roll out formal chapters to
Yeah.
the Board of Trustees, they would make a decision on getting input, and we've thought of various different ways. You can always send comments to my office. You can always go to the website. There are places to put comments, and we will get them. But yes, I would certainly welcome public input.
Fantastic, thank you. And I appreciate everything being done up there. It's been a long time
Darcel,
coming.
take this card.
Right? It's been a long, long time, so it's really nice to see change up there. At least I'm thrilled about it. But I just was thinking this out loud as I was watching this. So, on to me. First of all, Kyle and Zena, congratulations. This is my first meeting seeing the both of you. Okay, so I'm here because of the parking situation of the village residence lot. I registered all 4 of my cars. We have 4 drivers at my residence with 4 automobiles. I did them all online, and I got the automated reply that it was received. So on July 3rd, I parked my car in the lot, and I went in town to take a friend for birthday lunch. And after coming back from a lovely afternoon, I was greeted by a parking ticket. I scratched my head because I knew it was registered. It was early enough in the day that I went to the village hall and I spoke to parking. When they looked up the car, they said they had no indication it was registered with the village, nor they couldn't find my portal either, which was strange because I had one that was online. So they checked the other 3 automobiles and said they were registered. I said I didn't understand, as I always register all 4 cars. So right now it's my word against a computer. Not a great place for me to be in. I was also told I have no village portal, which I said, okay. when I went online at home, I did actually find it, but I actually made a new one so I could receive notifications, but the original portal was no longer in the system. It had disappeared as well when I checked. As for the car, I got the ticket for my daughter's Toyota. I did register that on a weekend evening because I remember getting the reply it was received, and in my mind I was going to follow up on that Monday. I'm very big on personal responsibility, so I should have taken a screenshot or printed it out or followed up with the phone call, which I honestly forgot to do, so my fault. Had I done any of the above, I wouldn't have come out to a $100 ticket. First time in 20 years plus living in Port I ever got a residence ticket because I'm acutely aware of staying on top of them being registered. Why I'm coming to you all this evening is because sometimes in the spirit of convenience, things actually are not convenient or making life better. I personally would like to go back to the old way of having a sticker on my back mirror, the back of my mirror, excuse me. I think it's more foolproof and it's visually there. I know many who feel the same way, and then I'm sure there are people that like that they can do this from their home and go online and register. I would like to present options for discussion, as I don't like to complain about something and not have any solutions to offer. The first one would be to go back to the sticker situation we had with the mirrors in the past, but I was thinking maybe to do a hybrid where you can register online if you want to, or come in and register and get your sticker as before. If you want to inconvenience yourself and come in, they'll give you a sticker. And so, you know, to do that, or the other option would be if everyone could register online, but the parking department would have stickers available for the 2 years, and if you want to come in, you can get your sticker and pop it on your mirror. So those are just some, and you know, show your ID and whatnot. I do feel this would or could be an easy fix and avoid people having frustrations with the dates and, you know, if things are actually registered when they are. I'll be honest, I had the option to go to several restaurants that day for my friend's birthday, but I chose the one in town because I always like to support the restaurants in Port. So I was kind of kicking myself afterward because I was aggravated to come out with a $100 ticket. So, you know, and I don't want to, you know, have that when I go, you know, in town, but I didn't feel that comfort level now that, you know, is everything registered, and so I'm hoping that these comments will be taken into consideration for maybe some kind of an adjustment to have those stickers for those of us like me who need that visual, so, and that's it.
There is a parking committee meeting tomorrow,
Okay.
and that topic of discussion is actually on the agenda.
Okay, fantastic.
So,
I
yeah.
appreciate it very much.
Thank you, and you added another idea that wasn't on that,
Okay.
under that subject, so
Because,
thank you.
know, maybe I'm old.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Myrna?
Hi, I'm Myrna Gordon, Rustic Road. I want to congratulate Kyle and Zena. Wish you all the best. Wish everybody else the best. What I want to talk to you tonight about is over a year and a half ago, I stood before this body with a different administration, and I brought up the proposal of the single-use plastic being utilized at the village center. That was over a year and a half ago. I gave you examples. I gave you ways that this could be implemented and ways that this could be initiated, for the reasons that, for me, it was just a no-brainer. I also came again in front of this body under your administration and asked for the same type of consideration, that this single-use plastic at the village center be utilized. At that time, I think, Mayor Shepro, you told me to meet with the conservation group, which I did. I met with them last February. I sat at the table in Village Hall, and there were about 5 or 6 people there. I presented my proposal to the committee, and they all seemed extremely attentive and somewhat receptive, okay? I also met with Bob Giuliano on a Saturday morning. Bob, I came to you when you had a Saturday morning open meeting at the Village Center expressing my same thought. I also contacted a few months ago a person on the committee, the Conservation Committee, and she gave me the name of somebody that I should contact. I've tried several times to contact this person, and I've had absolutely no follow-up. I've had no follow-up for a year and a half. I've had no follow-up from the village. I've had no follow-up from the Conservation Committee. So I'm asking you once again, with everything that's happening, this is such an easy situation to handle at the Village Center. What I'm proposing, as I said over a year and a half ago, is that outside groups and people using that building, that somehow there be some coordination, that no single-use plastic be involved. That people who want to rent the building are told this ahead of time. Do it as perhaps an example. You can do it as see how it goes. People will not really object to this if they're guided into this type of proposal. We all know that our county legislator, Steve Engelbright, is trying very, very hard in Suffolk County to have this single-use plastic. This is not a difficult decision to make. I'm not talking about Upper Port development. I'm not talking about a bluff. I'm talking about making a recommendation to people who are utilizing that building, that we start to consider getting rid of the single-use plastic for people who want to rent that building. And that could be in a written agreement that they might sign at the village center when they're having a party, a birthday party, an ice skating party. So I'm at you again, and you know I don't go away. And I'm hoping that you talk about this. I don't want to go back to the Conservation Committee. I don't want to go back here again. Please start talking about this really important issue in our village, how we can start working maybe even with restaurants, okay? And I know this is something that's being talked about in this with the Suffolk County legislator. A small thing, single-use plastic containers should not be used at our village center. If they're going to have a party, they could be removed. And I told the, I had mentioned this to the Conservation Committee, and I gave them all sorts of examples. So I'm here once again to ask this Board of Trustees to start working on this. Let's make a resolution. This is not a difficult thing to pass. We can move ahead. We can be a village who's really starting to move ahead. We're talking about trees. We're talking about environmental issues. And this is one thing that we can really start to discuss and get done. So that's it, and if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them. I'm just, this is like the 4th or 5th time I'm here, and I've gotten absolutely no results. Thank you.
Did Trustee Cassay bring any of this forward, or?
I have no idea. She was at the meeting, as were many other people, but
Yeah.
I followed every single procedure. So, and you were here at those meetings that I presented,
Sure.
the first one too. So now, tell me what else I can do.
Well, we rely on our committees and councils to make recommendations to the board. So now Bob Giuliano is now the liaison to the Conservation Advisory Council, and I'm certain that he'll raise it so that it becomes a sort of a formal recommendation.
I do know they did, I remember seeing minutes, and it was discussed, maybe it was the day that you came in. I would suggest maybe if you want to come to our next Parks and Rec meeting.
No.
Okay.
You have all the information.
Okay.
You can
I
do
know,
it.
but you are such a, you're a much better advocate than anybody else. So that's why if you want to come to the Parks
Bob,
and
you
Rec.
have all the information
Okay.
right there, and I know you can do it.
I will bring it up to the Parks and Rec committee as a recommendation for the,
Okay,
for the
thank
rental.
you.
Can I add something? I was at the Conservation Advisory Committee during the same. Hold on.
So it's-
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask if I could come.
Sure, come on up.
Holly Fizeme, 116 Beltray Road. As the Eco League president, I think it was last month, appeared before the Conservation Advisory Committee with a proposal to do exactly what Myrna's talking about, which is in any Port Jefferson, ours was a little broader, at any Port Jefferson Village-sponsored event to reduce single-use plastic. So we talked to the committee, and it seemed that that was received in a positive way, but I don't have any feedback yet, but that was a month ago. Just adding to the data here.
You want to forward that recommendation to Trustee Giuliano? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And the clerk.
Andrew Thomas, 1037 Main Street. All right, I'm read for this just to keep my thoughts together like some others. Is the mic here good? Good evening, Mayor and Trustees. I would like to address an item appearing on the agenda for tonight's meeting. A resolution appointing a member to the Zoning Board of Appeals, the ZBA, to a position which I'm currently serving in. As you're surely aware, I've reached out to the board already via email on this matter, and I would like to read my email here in full for context before expanding on some thoughts. Dear members of the Board of Trustees, I am reaching out regarding my volunteer positions on the ZBA and ARC. I have been a volunteer on the Zoning Board of Appeals since 2014, and more recently have been a volunteer on the Architecture Review Committee since 2020. As your board considers appointments and reappointments, Mayor Shepro reached out to me with concern about my continuing to serve on both the ZBA and the ARC. When I was appointed to the ARC, this question was asked and addressed by the village attorney at the time and deemed not to create any conflict of interest. I have subsequently reached out to NICOM. Attorney Wade Beltramo sent along information on a prior case law which appears to confirm that there is no conflict in my continuing to serve on both entities, and I attached that to the email. I don't have that here. But Mayor Shepro expressed a concern that she is concerned about an appearance of a conflict of interest because there may be building department applications which come before both entities. While it does not appear that that would constitute a conflict of interest, as the ARC is non-binding and therefore creates no rulings which would need to be appealed to the ZBA, I would be happy to address this concern of any appearances by proposing to recuse myself from at least one entity for any cases appearing before both. Recusals are not uncommon for myself and other board committee members for any number of reasons, and such a recusal by me in these cases ought to resolve any appearance of a conflict of interest. Additionally, if the board wishes to further explore the ethical question of my serving on both the ZBA and the ARC, I would be glad to take that to the newly formed ethics board for an opinion in the matter as well. I believe that my time and expertise have been of good service to the village on both the ZBA and more recently on the ARC, and I wish to continue to be of service to the village and remain appointed to both entities. However, in the case that the Board of Trustees and/or the Ethics Board determines that a continued dual appointment is not appropriate or against it, then I will resign from the ARC and officially request reappointment to the ZBA. Thank you for your time and consideration of my request to continue to serve the village effectively and appropriately. Best regards. So as you can see from my letter, I've addressed the concerns that were raised to me and both demonstrated that there is no legal conflict as well as proposing 3 different courses of action: recusal, ethics board review, and resignation from the ARC, each of which should be sufficient to address even the appearance of a conflict if one is found. I did not receive a reply from the mayor, who had initially raised the concern, but I do see that a resolution to replace me on the ZBA is currently on this evening's agenda instead. So in addition to my having made these several offers regarding my appointment to the ARC, I would like the opportunity to explain both why I request to continue serving on the ZBA and why allowing me to do so would be in the interests of the village. Firstly, I have served on the board now for a total of 10 years. And 2 of the other 4 current members have served there longer than I have. This is not exceptional. In practice, reappointment of committed, effective board members is respectful of resident volunteers, and it results in an independent board with a depth of experience, cohesion, consistency, and institutional memory that serves the village well. I encourage the board, if they have questions, to reach to any of the other board members with whom I serve now or have served about my record in service. Second, I am currently the only design professional sitting on the zoning board, and my architectural background has provided helpful perspective on many occasions in the board's deliberations. Third, when I joined the ARC, I did consult with the village council at the time, as I referred to in the email, to confirm that it was not a conflict for me to serve on both entities. If it had been, and if joining the ARC at the time would have required me to step down from the ZBA, I would not have done so, right? So it would strike me as an unfortunate result that if that were to now be used as a reason to remove me from the zoning board. I would instead ask the board to respect my choice as a citizen volunteer as to matter of how I would like to serve. Fourth, in my research into state law on the matter, I've discovered two important details for the board to consider. One is that a board member's term runs with the seat, not with the appointments count, not with the dates of the appointments of the individuals, right? So in other words, they should expire one each year and have begun their counting at the time of the board was founded, right? So while this has not always been observed in the timing of past appointments, I recognize, it nonetheless holds true by law. So what that means is that the expiration dates of appointments that are quoted in the organizational minutes of 2023 meeting of this board and subsequent lists that I've seen, I don't believe are accurate because they don't comport with that accurate understanding of the law. So those dates, let's hold on. So I suspect that, while I suspect that the board is correct to surmise that I am currently in a holdover status on this board, I do not believe that those dates have been correctly determined for which seat is held by which member and on what year each one expires. Again, the law determines this by seat and not by date of appointment of members. I would suggest it would be important to determine this information not just for my own seat, but for all sitting members of planning, zoning, and other boards and committees. The reason to resolve this would be to determine how many members, not just myself, are currently serving in a holdover capacity through no fault of their own. And from what I'm aware of, it seems almost certain that there are multiple members on both the planning board and the zoning board, even though it's only me for whom who has been slated for replacement in today's agenda. Second legal clarification is a note concerning the code regarding the dismissal of board members currently serving their term. So this is the code section for state law 7-712, section 9, which reads in part, the mayor shall have the power to remove after public hearing any member of the zoning board of appeals for cause. Now, if it's confirmed, as today's agenda implies, and as we spoke about before the meeting, that my current services is a holdover, then this requirement for a proper public hearing and the need to show cause for removal would not apply. However, I share this portion of the law because it underscores an important aspect of the zoning board. A board of appeals is an independent, quasi-judicial citizen board, and its independence is very important to its function and the confidence that the public has in it. Unlike committees, elected officials are not supposed to be able to easily remove members from a zoning board. In my case, that option exists because I am claimed to serve as a holdover. However, I'm not the only board member that does. The result of this process, right, is an ongoing existence of boards on which multiple members could easily be removed without cause. And I believe that's why the council at NICOM, with whom I spoke this morning, explained that allowing holdover statuses to persist as a way of operating is not advised. It risks creating the perception amongst the public that the elected board holds undue influence on the ongoing operations of the independent review boards. Lastly, I wish to remain on the ZBA because I recognize the importance of its work. I believe I can continue to serve the village well, as I have done. Having myself applied for building and special use permits even before joining the board, I understand just how directly and even emotionally land use decisions can affect individual citizens. It is in a very real way one of our most direct and meaningful interactions with our government, and it requires great care and respect. Conversely, it is also an important check to prevent inappropriate changes on neighboring properties. As I sometimes say to my architecture students when explaining what zoning code is for, the only thing worse than being told what you can't do with your own property is your neighbor being able to do whatever they want with theirs. I take this role as an impartial, independent, and apolitical observer very seriously, and I humbly request to be allowed to continue to serve. I would also suggest that the board consider offering reappointment for all holdover members on committees and boards, showing respect and appreciation for the residents who have been affected, who have been volunteering their time and expertise. I think that this would be the most effective way to clean up the confusion that persists around terms and statuses of appointment, and is the course of action that would engender the most trust from the public. And I thank you for your time and consideration in this matter.
Thank you for your thoughtful comments.
Are we able to ask Andrew questions? We've engaged with everyone else that's spoken already.
As you wish.
Sure. You mentioned NICOM a few times. That's the New York Council
Oh,
of
yeah,
Mayors,
sorry, I should have
correct?
defined that. That's correct. New York Conference of Mayors.
Conference of Mayors.
They will respond to legal counsel questions for members of the board, elected officials, but also because, for example, if I were just on the ARC, they wouldn't have taken my call, but because it's the Zoning Board of Appeals, then I can also ask them questions. And I was able to clarify both the holdover status, where that lives in the code, that the interpretation of the council is correct on that score, also how it works with the 5-year terms running, and that it is not, the terminology that they used was, it's not incompatible to be on the ARC and the ZBA at the same time. So, any other questions?
Yeah, and so just to clarify there, New York Conference of Mayors, they'll help villages understand and interpret New York state law that governs villages like Port Jefferson. And they've said that there is no conflict of interest working on both the ZBA and volunteering on volunteering on both the Zoning Board of Appeals and the Architectural Review Committee.
That's correct, and I forwarded the email that cited the case law, and you know, all of the context around it. So I believe all of you have that in your inboxes already. Any other questions? All right. Thank you all again for your time.
Thank you. Donald Pollock, Senior, 7 Corey Court, Port Jefferson. First of all, I have a couple of things, but I do have a request. Crystal Brook Hollow Road, okay, from 156, Anita's house, to Old Post East, is a disaster. The highway department keeps trying to patch it. Every time they patch it, it's worse. Is there any way that you could add that little strip? I know it's a problem because it's around a curve. It's not a straight shot, okay? But something's got to be done, right? It's bad, and it gets worse every time they patch it.
From where to where?
156 Crystal Brook, okay, which is just the other side of the curve, and Old Post Road East. It's
I believe it's town jurisdiction.
Yeah, the problem with that is that's a
But we can talk to the town
road.
about it.
You know,
We'll
I've
talk to
asked
the town
about this many times. Last time I was here, I was told that it was a village road.
No,
Now excuse me, now I'm being told it's a town road. What is it?
Last time you were here, I mentioned to you that it was a town road.
No.
But, listen, we'll talk to the town, and we will express your concerns. We'll talk to our Public Works office. Please, you know, we'll take this discussion, we'll bring it to Public Works, we'll ask them to look into it.
Okay, well, now that people know that it's a town road, because last time it was.
Part of it is town road. The part you're talking about is the town.
What part is?
Once you go further north, once you go past Old Post Road, it becomes Village Road.
Then it becomes village, okay. So there is a distinction. The other thing is, I agree with the resident previously, okay, who stipulated about apartments. Right, what they do on the, excuse me, on the south side of North Country Road, that's all Comstock. We know that, that's not a problem. We have to do something to get people into our school district. I know there's things coming up. I know there's probably a lot of talk going on already with the Maryhaven property. All right, but you know, let's forget about apartments for once in the village. Let's have condominiums or homes. A 2-bedroom or 1-bedroom apartment does not bring families. It brings 2 people, 2 cars, okay, and they both work, and they come and go. They have no skin whatsoever in the game. Right. When I moved into Port Jefferson in 1972, in my area, which is Corey Court, which is just a little area, not a whole lot of homes, okay, there were 16 boys between the ages of 10 and 4 and 1 girl. My daughter was then born, then there were 2 girls, okay? And then as time goes by, okay, they all move, they move, they grow up, and they're gone. Now that we're having a resurgence, very nice to see. House gets put up for sale, nice young couple comes in, they have 2 or 3 kids, The mom and dads are pushing the kids around the blocks again with the baby carriages, and it's a beautiful thing, all right? But that's people that have skin in the game, plan on staying here, raising a family here, and more importantly, okay, helping our school district. I think this past year, and somebody, if I'm wrong, somebody will correct me, I'm sure, I think there were 86 graduates.
You're right.
Thank you. That's awful. That's not a way to keep our school. We have, and again, I can be corrected if I'm wrong on this. I believe there's 910 students from pre-K to seniors in high school this past year. That, again, is ridiculous, okay? We need more people. And if they keep building apartments, okay, that's all it's gonna be, and there's never gonna be any increase, okay, to the school districts. Has there been any talks, okay, or is there anything going on with the Mary Haven property?
I can, yeah. I can say that we did have a couple of meetings early on with a development team that is interested in developing the site. It's been a couple of months. We have not heard from them. They could be drawing up an application and plans. I don't know. But we have had some interest on that property for a different development than what has been previously proposed.
Different than apartments?
It's different than what was previously proposed. But, I'd rather not go into more detail than that.
That's no detail. That's the right thing. I asked the question, are they apartments, and you don't want to go into that detail? So in other words, it's apartments.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, I know you didn't.
I'll
No, that's okay. You answered my question.
do I want?
If Mayor wants you to go further, by all means.
There's no plans currently in front of the planning board or the Department of Building and Planning, so.
Okay, could consideration be given to either condominiums or homes?
Well, the original plan was for condominiums, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Yeah,
Right? Then
yeah,
And then
for sale.
and then I believe it went to apartments.
No. Mary Haven, no.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Not that we're aware of, so. Are we
Yeah,
good? Okay, Mr. Epp, behind you has been waiting patiently, so.
Good evening. This is my first time here. I hope I'll be able to explain what was going on.
Can you let our stenographer know?
Oh, sorry. Where's Vonnie? Joseph? Where's Vonnie? 31 she passed through.
Just grab that microphone so that everyone can hear, please. Yes.
Okay. How's that?
Perfect.
Thank you. I've been living in my house 31 she passed through overnight since 1994. And every time I have a heavy rain, it's a flood up to 18 to 20 inches right in front of my house. We can go in, we can get out. Somewhere around about 2022, they came in, they put some drainage, about 3 of them. But the problem with these drainages is only a hole. They are not connected to the main drain. The only main drain is connected is the one in front of my house. There are 3 of them to the right side of my house, and then you go down by the zombie house. There's 3 more drains up there that are clogged in. None of them takes water. If they do, it's just a hole, just as much as bad. So all this water gets directed to my house, in front of my house. And I think it was 2000, I lost about 8 feet of my property, erosion in the back of my property down the hill. So this is number 1. Then the problem next we have is with the traffic. So when the traffic comes in at the time of the rain, it makes a wave. And it goes down right to all the water just about went a couple of times to my basement. and that's something to look into. Next, my question is directed to you, Mayor. When you just were elected, first time when I met you, I mentioned to you about the zombie house. It's becoming eyesore. I mean, it's really getting worse and worse. I've never seen anybody come up there to try to do some work, clean up. My question is, what would village need a zombie house? Are you guys going to do something with it? Is it?
Are you talking about the William Tooker House on the corner of Reeves Road and Sheep Pasture Road?
Yes.
Yes, we are in the process of effectuating a purchase of that house.
As far as what I heard,
creating
the
a
village
pre-
doesn't
an
have
historic
funds to take care of things.
parkland.
Why would they go and buy property which they cannot take care of?
You know, why don't you come and see me?
I will
Come on
do
to my
that.
office, we'll talk.
You got it.
All right?
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Epp.
Arthur Epp, 206 East Main. First, I have to welcome Zena and Kyle to the board. I had the great pleasure and privilege of serving with you both on the election task force. And so I can be a firsthand witness to the fact that you both have outstanding leadership skills and great work ethics. I hope you can deploy those two wonderful qualities to effect positive change in this village. My first thought, people mentioned the Maryhaven project, and I recall vividly the marathon meeting of May of last year, because it went on for well over 3 hours, and I stayed to the very end to thank Margot Garant for one thing specifically, which I've seen tonight. I stayed when you, just before you were ready to turn out the lights and most people were ready to leave, to have it put on public record that she gave a gift to our community to allow people to come up to this podium and to speak open-ended. Most communities cut you at 3 minutes, and to be cut short to some extent is to be disempowered. I also need at this point to thank Mayor Shepro for continuing this policy, because we've seen it in effect tonight. Many people have spoken beyond 5 minutes, and that's great. What people don't realize is it's not necessarily good for you to maintain this policy, because it elongates meetings, and basically the disgruntled and disaffected will show up and hurl invective in your direction. So I commend you, because it takes a degree of conviction and courage to maintain this policy. And something I'd like to also ask our village council, Mr. Moran, to verify. When I was on the election task force, I thought I came across New York State Municipal Code for open meetings. Now, my best recollection is, yes, the public has to have the opportunity to show up and listen, but I believe, and please confirm if I'm correct, the public nowhere is given the specific right to speak.
Confirm.
So,
Well, let me clarify that. Depending on what actions are pending before this board, there are other statutory requirements that require the public input, the ability or right to speak. But in a general meeting or in general resolutions or otherwise, then there's no statutory requirement.
So thank you for confirming that. So let's just say this is a privilege to speak here and not a right, and it's given by the mayor, as the previous mayor did. Having said that, I'm surprised nobody mentioned that our local school board, and I endorse it, is now among several on Long Island engaging in a lawsuit against Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and other social media. I've never been a fan of social media. I don't like the Facebook algorithm. It doesn't exactly expose you to other lines of thinking. I think it brings about a very narrow perspective in the world, yet it's very popular and it's virtually ubiquitous. The reason I mention it is many people in this community use social media to give input about our government and our government officials. Personally, if the Surgeon General of the United States determines that there's a pronounced risk that social media can harm our adolescents, do you think we can find a better method of communicating with our mayor and elected officials? Perhaps coming up to this podium or writing a letter. The last thing I wanted to do, and this is against my friend Myrna's best advice, I wrote a letter to a board, two different boards ago, 2.5 years ago. And it was the best thoughts I had at the time. I mindfully wrote it, and I really put my heart and soul in it. And it was about the bluff issue. And I don't necessarily think the same way now, but this letter that I wrote sort of provides, it encapsulates the way I thought 2.5 years ago, and really illustrates the best advice I gave Margot Garant and that board about the bluff. And I wanted to take the time to read it tonight, even though it's sort of outdated, but just to reflect on it for this new board just as an example. So I thank you for your indulgence in advance, and it's a 2-page letter. I'm going to try to zip through it, but again, I thank you for this opportunity. February 22nd, 2022. Good morning, Mayor Grant and Village Trustees. I'm grateful for the time and effort you've devoted to addressing the remarkable erosion issue besetting our country club. An elaborate decision tree with respect to this issue now lies before us all. Should PJV spend several $1 million to salvage the club facility and tennis courts? Or does it make more sense to spend far less and simply demolish the aforementioned? I believe this question is decision 1 on the decision tree. My late aunt, B4 McKella, may have loved PJV as much or more than any other villager. Her stone in Cedar Hill Cemetery declares, beautiful BB dearly loved her family in Port Jefferson Village. She wanted it known for generations that her love for community was equal to her love of family. Port Jefferson Village occupied a very special place in her heart. When I visited Port Jeff as a child, Bea would take me to either the Elk Hotel and Restaurant or Dino's. Years later, the destinations became Danford's or the Printer's Devil. I still fondly remember the exquisite popovers the Printer's Devil served for Sunday brunch. Although I may have dined at the Printer's Devil more than 100 times with Bea, I can only recollect 3 occasions we shared at the country club. Despite Bea's seldom use of the country club, she frequently waxed poetic about it as a village amenity. She said the country club at an affordable price provided a wonderful way of life for all residents who chose to pursue membership. As a real estate professional, Bea would say that the country club was a critical village asset that added value to every home in PJV. Statistically, a small percentage of village residents currently use the country club. An argument can be made that the entire community should not have to shoulder the burden, the financial burden, for restoring and preserving an amenity that only a minority currently enjoy. In this instance, I disagree, and I know Aunt Bea would as well. The country club's intrinsic value goes beyond the real dollar value it adds to every home in the village. The pandemic has reshaped the way we perceive experiences. The mere option of using the country club in the future, having never used it in the past, by itself is valuable. The ability to enjoy an experience in the future perhaps means more now than ever. The country club is an asset that provides unique experiences. Let's make a commitment to spend and save it. The next decisions on the tree are much more complex. I am still experiencing my learning curve. Details regarding Mayor Garant's proposed Phase 1 and 2 are new to me. I still need more information before I can form an educated opinion and offer feedback. For instance, exactly how old is the country club facility and how many square feet does it occupy? Every building has a prospective lifespan. A decision to demolish and rebuild elsewhere could partially depend upon this information. I understand the DEC has approved the plan for deploying 454 linear feet of steel to reinforce the bluff. There are different grades of steel. Did all bidders' quotes involve the same quantity, weight, and quality of steel? The concept of low bidder is less meaningful if quotes aren't apples to apples. It's been suggested that the bluff stabilization could last for up to 50 years. Exactly for how many years is it guaranteed? 50 years in theory could turn out to be 15 years in reality because ocean temperatures continue to warm, resulting in both more powerful and more frequent storms. I've heard costs in dollars discussed, but I've heard no mention of possible costs in greenhouse gas emissions, carbon footprint. A certain amount of energy is required to forge, deliver, and deploy steel. A certain amount of energy is required to demolish and rebuild the building. Have any associated environmental engineers determined what is the greenest path or solution? Responding to an environmental disaster with the most environmentally friendly solution is ideal. Could determining and deploying the greenest solution help maximize the prospective dollar amount available in federal and state grants? I'm finishing now. I'm deeply concerned that in the absence of a comprehensive effort to educate villagers regarding this complex conundrum, residents will vote no as a reflex in a June referendum. Although an annual $147 bump in taxes seems perfectly reasonable, there is a pandemic psychology at work that has people functioning purely in financial self-protection mode. Years later, upon retrospection, many people may wish that they had voted differently in the referendum. Mayor Grant and village trustees, I'm confident by following your best instincts, you will provide our community the best possible outcome. And I signed it, Arthur Epp. The point to this board is, this is exactly how I felt then with all the information available to me, and I sort of peripherally walked aside that board as they got information, selectively attending to everything that was published and all that was said in meetings. And at that time, I believed that that board made a sound decision. I say this because I know there's a culture of resentment in this country, and there are people that resent that decision in this community made by Margot Garant and that board, and I personally don't. And these new members of this board, I want you to have what Barack Obama once called the audacity to lead. I don't want previous criticism of other mayors or other boards or this mayor to ever deter you from being bold in pursuing what is best for our community. Because I believe you will do such unless some people somewhere along the way deter you from doing so. Again, best wishes to you all, and thank you for having this opportunity to speak in an extended fashion. It is not my right, it is my privilege, and I will always be thankful for it.
You can read your letters here anytime you want. Yes.
Pat Zimmerman, 175 Windward Court in the Highlands. Approximately a little over a year ago, it was my privilege to be asked to join the Architectural Review Committee. I've worked with some splendid people there. We've done some wonderful things. A lot of it is through the leadership of Andrew, and I really feel this village would be at a total loss if he does leave this committee. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we are going to, again, reverse an agenda item here and go into executive session. So do we have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. We'll be back. Okay, welcome back. We have just returned from executive session, and I would just say that it's 11:11. 11:11. Do we have a motion to close the executive session?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, Clerk Perillo. This is our action on agenda items portion of the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. Resolution number 1, 73124, resolution approving the minutes of June 26th, 2024, July 1st, 2024, and July 10th, 2024 meetings of the Board of Trustees of the Village of Port Jefferson. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Resolution number 2, 73124, resolution appointing Catherine Quinlan as a member of the Architectural Review Committee to fill the vacant position which will expire on June 30th, 2027. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution number 3, 73124, resolution appointing Alexia Poulios as a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals to fill a position under which Andrew Thomas is serving in a holdover capacity, quote unquote. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Do we have a second? I'll
I'll s-
second it. All in favor?
Aye.
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 I will. Mayor, may I request a roll call, please?
Of course.
Thank you. Trustee Giuliano?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Ugrinsky?
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Hill?
No.
Thank you. Mayor?
Aye.
Thank you. That motion passes 3-1. Resolution number 4, 73124, resolution approving the request of Stephen Munoz on behalf of the Music Throughout the Village, MTTV, pilot program to add a busking location on East Main Street by the staircase leading to Baker's Alley. The Village of Port Jefferson reserves the right to terminate this pilot program at any time for any reason at its sole discretion. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Resolution number 5, 73124, resolution approving the event application submitted by Leonard Carolyn on behalf of LISIC, Long Island Seaport and Eco Center, for the use of portions of Harborfront Park from 8 a.m. through 4 p.m. on August 10th, 2024 and August 11th, 2024 for the annual Sikaflex Boat Build, Parade, and Race. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. What's a
Thank you.
sycophants?
Resolution number 6, 73124, resolution approving the attached social media marketing proposal submitted by Social Butterfly for the provision of social media services to the Village of Port Jefferson Country Club at a fee of $400 per month. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Resolution number 7, 73124, resolution approving the attached professional services proposal submitted by Robert Brown of Land Design Associates regarding the master redevelopment plan for Uptown Port Jefferson and an estimated fee not to exceed $2,000 per month. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution number 8, 73124, resolution approving the attached professional services proposal submitted by Laura Schwanoff of GEI Consultants, Inc. for the development of responses to the New York State Department of State RFI. Request for further information at a fee of $8,300 total. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution number 9, 73124, resolution approving attached change order number 4, submitted by JRH Consulting Engineers, DPC, in the amount of $30,000 for the provision of continued architectural and engineering services as assistance to the Village of Port Jefferson Planning and Zoning Boards. May I have a motion? Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Resolution number 10, 73124, resolution ratifying extension of the contract to September 30th, 2024, from July 1st, 2024, between the Village of Port Jefferson and Wellsback Electric Corp. of Long Island, with all requirements and terms agreed to in the original contract dated July 1st, 2021. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution number 11, 73124, resolution accepting the letter of retirement submitted by former recreation aide Marguerite Loscalvo. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution number 12, 73124, resolution accepting the letter of retirement submitted by prosecutor Jennifer A. Buto, dated June 19th, 2024. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Resolution number 13, 73124. Resolution accepting the letter of resignation submitted by Appearance Ticket Officer Ryan Pfister, effective July 1st, 2024. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution number 14, 73124. Resolution accepting the resignation of independent contractor Kathleen McLean as a content creator for the Village of Port Jefferson, effective July 1st, 2024. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You don't get to vote, Zena.
Oh, right,
Can you
that's-
recuse, please?
Yes.
Okay.
Please note that I have recused myself on that one.
As the spouse of the,
Right.
So noted, and thank you. Resolution number 15, 73124. Resolution hiring independent contractor James Camarata as a content creator for the Village of Port Jefferson, effective August 1st, 2024, and an hourly wage rate of $40 per hour, not to exceed 20 hours per month. May I have a motion?
Before we, sorry.
let's go through with the motions, and then we'll do discussion. Right. We have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second. Discussion?
Yeah, so just this one, and I guess with the next one, it doesn't differentiate like what their individual responsibilities are. Is someone the boss? Is someone like what are they creating content for which platforms? Like, I don't want to pay someone twice for doing the same social media post, kind of.
Right.
Like, we don't need one thing on Instagram and one thing on Facebook that says the same exact thing, and one person could have done it.
Correct. That won't happen.
Okay.
So, yeah, so we'll have one person reporting sort of municipal meeting, news, that kind of thing, and then the other is more featurey color, newsletter stuff.
Gotcha.
So both have skill sets, but they're both specific to those particular areas.
Okay.
Okay, good question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Resolution number 16, 73124. Resolution hiring independent contractor Greg Zeller as a content creator for the Village of Port Jefferson, effective August 1st, 2024, and an hourly wage rate of $40 per hour, not to exceed 20 hours per month. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Resolution number 17, 73124, resolution confirming the termination of Nicholas Kavanaugh as a part-time office assistant in the building department, effective July 16th, 2024. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution number 18, 73124, resolution approving the hiring of Grenine D. Boutelier as a full-time recreation aide in the Village of Port Jefferson Recreation Center, at an annual salary of $37,454.25, effective August 1st, 2024. The standard 26-week probationary period applies to this hiring, as do all the provisions of the collective bargaining agreement currently enforced between the Village of Port Jefferson and CSEA Local 1000. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution number 19, 73124, resolution hiring Rima Potter as the Discovery Camp Director for the Village of Port Jefferson Recreation Center from August 19th, 2024 through August 30th, 2024, at an hourly wage rate of $25 per hour. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution number 20, 73124, resolution ratifying the hiring of Aiden Bergueno as a part-time seasonal camp counselor for the Port Jefferson Recreation Center from July 1st, 2024 through August 16th, 2024, at an hourly wage rate of $16 per hour. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution number 21, 73124, resolution ratifying the hiring of Natalia Pashkin for the Port Jefferson Recreation Center as a part-time seasonal camp counselor from July 15th, 2024 through August 16th, 2024, at an hourly wage rate of $16 per hour. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Resolution number 22, 73124, resolution rehiring David Argaios as a part-time seasonal returning camp counselor for the Port Jefferson Recreation Center from July 1st, 2024 through August 16th, 2024, at an hourly wage rate of $17 per hour. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution number 23-73124, resolution ratifying the hiring of Joseph Nugent as a part-time seasonal starter ranger at the Port Jefferson Country Club effective July 1st, 2024, at an hourly wage rate of $17 per hour. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution number 24-73124, resolution authorizing Treasurer Gafka to perform attached budget amendment number 43, transferring appropriations between general fund expense line items to correct over budget fiscal 2024 accounts, and requesting that budget amendment number 43 be included in the meeting minutes of the July 31st, 2024 meeting of the Board of Trustees. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution number 25-73124, resolution authorizing Treasurer Gafka to perform attached budget amendment number 44, increasing anticipated revenues and appropriations for Port Jefferson Country Club line items to correct over budget fiscal 2024 accounts, and requesting that budget amendment number 44 be included in the meeting minutes of the July 31st meeting of the Board of Trustees. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution number 26-73124, resolution authorizing Treasurer Gafka to perform attached budget amendment number 45, transferring appropriations between Port Jefferson Country Club fund expense line items to correct over budget fiscal 2024 accounts, and requesting that budget amendment number 45 be included in the meeting minutes of the July 31st, 2024 meeting of the Board of Trustees. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Resolution number 27-73124, resolution authorizing Treasurer Gafka to perform attached budget amendment number 46, increasing anticipated revenues for line item H5031, interfund transfer, and increasing appropriations for line item H7197.21, PJCC capital improvement to golf course, to increase funding for additional expenses associated with the Port Jefferson Country Club bunker project, and requesting that budget amendment number 46 be included in the meeting minutes of the July 31st, 2024 meeting of the Board of Trustees. May I have a motion?
Motion?
Second.
Thank you. Resolution number 28-73124.
Do we vote?
Oh, we need
Do
to
we-
vote, I'm sorry.
yeah.
We need to vote.
Yeah.
We had a motion
All in
and a
favor?
second.
Aye.
My apologies. Resolution number 28-73124, resolution authorizing Treasurer Gafka to perform attached budget transfer number 11, decreasing appropriations in line item A, 1910.4 insurance expenses by $100,000, and increasing appropriations in line item A, 9950.9 interfund transfer by $58,475 to fund the GEI and SLAC proposals for additional East Beach engineering and soil borings, increasing appropriations in line item A, 1440.4 village engineer expenses by $41,525 to fund future engineering work, decreasing appropriations in line item CR 1410.43, insurance expenses by $20,000, and increasing appropriations in line item CR 7989.1, PJCC maintenance full-time, to fund previous salary increases, and requesting that budget transfer number 11 be included in the meeting minutes of the July 31st, 2024 meeting of the Board of Trustees. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Can I ask a question?
After it's seconded,
Have a
yes.
second.
Please.
Sorry.
I'll second it. Discussion?
Just a clarifying question. So the additional borings, is that on, or the borings, is that on top of the ones that were already done? Like, is this budget correction, or is this additional appropriation for a net new set of borings?
It's additional.
This is for a new set of borings, proposed set of borings that have not been approved yet, but what I think Treasurer Gafka was doing was preparing for the occurrence of said borings should they be necessary by moving this money. Is that correct, Treasurer Gafka?
That is correct.
So this hasn't been decided or voted on, but there are potentially more borings that are needed up at the country club location where they were not done prior to the planning of the wall project, Phase 2.
So does this fall under the list of bluff options that we'll be evaluating and bringing before the public?
What these borings will do, and the hydrogeological reports that have come from the studies that are done under the ground up there, is to help determine and make scientific supported recommendations on what should be done to protect the bluff in the future.
Okay.
And that's the goal. It's the
Yep.
goal.
Just to clarify, you said this is to prepare for those
It says
additional
future,
borings?
Yes.
future engineering.
Yes.
But, sorry, I guess just like, what's the difference then between preparing and funding it? Because it says to fund.
It's, the difference is that you need to make sure that you have the funding in place so that if and when the proposal is done, that we can move expediently to get the work done, to answer the questions to FEMA and to prepare for whatever comes next after that. If for whatever reason we don't need all the funding, it can be transferred back.
That's what I was going to
Okay.
ask too. What
Yep.
if we don't need all of this and it can go
Goes
back?
right back.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Alright.
So it's just cash in the wallet. If you
Well,
have
it's putting it in the appropriate account, so it's there in the event we need to spend it.
Yes.
using a metaphor.
Yes. Yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Resolution number 29, 73124. Resolution authorizing Treasurer Gafka to perform attached budget amendment number 47, increasing anticipated revenues for line item H 5031 interfund transfer by $58,475, increasing appropriations for line item H 8997602 Bluff Project by $58,475 to fund the GEI and SLAC proposals for responses to FEMA and additional soil boring samples for the East Beach Bluff Project, and requesting that budget amendment number 47 be included in the meeting minutes of the July 31st, 2024 meeting of the Board of Trustees. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion on this?
And this is the same story as the previous
Yes.
resolution?
Yeah, just for the capital fund.
There is one change, the reference to FEMA, which isn't in the 28th resolution. So, can we amend this? But why is FEMA listed in this resolution? Responses to FEMA?
Isn't that the 8,000?
Because it's part
No,
of,
different.
this is funding the entire amount for the proposal, including the responses.
The $8,100
Yes.
from GEI?
Yes.
Okay, I got you. Thank you. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Resolution number 30, 73124. Resolution approving the check register and warrants dated July 26, 2024, as presented by Treasurer Gafka and as approved by Claims Auditor Goodwin. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Okay. She made the motion, I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Resolution number 32 will now become resolution number 31.
Oh, thank God. I thought we were going into exec again.
What?
I thought we were going into exec again.
We're good. I think we're good.
No.
Resolution number 31, 73124, resolution to close the July 31st, 2024 meeting of the Board of Trustees at 11:29 PM. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.